Hello, and welcome to Ancient Wisdom, your place to relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you're here to unwind and let go of the day, you're in the right place. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is being totally fake with you. Have you ever felt like someone's kind words or friendly gestures weren't what they seemed? Like there was something beneath the surface, an agenda you couldn't quite put your finger on. These moments can be unsettling and leave you doubting not just them, but even yourself. Imagine confiding in a friend during your darkest hour, only to find out they were nowhere to be found when you needed them most. Or realizing someone who seems genuinely interested in your success is secretly envious and undermining you behind your back. These subtle betrayals can erode trust and emotional stability, pulling you into a spiral of doubt and frustration. But what if you could spot the signs of insincerity before they cause damage? In this video, we'll uncover 10 glaring signs someone is being totally fake with you, signs that are often hidden in plain sight. More importantly, we'll explore how you can apply Stoic wisdom to protect your peace of mind and navigate these tricky relationships with strength and clarity. Whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a family member, you'll learn how to see through their mask, regain control, and maintain your inner calm. Stick around, because these lessons might just transform the way you approach every relationship in your life. 1. They're never there when you need them. I remember a time when I truly believed that a particular friend would always have my back. We had shared so many good times, and I thought those moments built a bond strong enough to weather any storm. But then, life threw a curveball. I was facing immense pressure at work, feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally drained. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen and just be there. Naturally, I turned to this friend. I called, hoping for some comfort, but instead I got excuses. "I'm too busy right now," or "I'll call you back later." That call never came. At first, I felt betrayed and deeply hurt. It was like a mirror reflecting back all the times I had rushed to their side, ready to support them without hesitation. I thought to myself, how could someone who claims to care about me vanish when I need them the most? Slowly, the realization dawned on me. This relationship wasn't as mutual as I'd believed. My giving nature was being taken for granted, and their absence during my struggles revealed the imbalance. That's when I turned to Stoic wisdom for guidance. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to not place our hopes in things beyond our control. This includes the actions and choices of others. It hit me. I was putting too much emotional weight on someone else's presence, when in truth, the only constant I could rely on was myself. Instead of dwelling on the hurt, I chose to see this as a valuable lesson. People who aren't there for you during tough times are not necessarily malicious. They might just lack the capacity or willingness to meet you on the same emotional plane. But it's not my job to change them. My responsibility lies in protecting my peace and adjusting my expectations. Now, I approach friendships with more clarity. I don't shut people out entirely, but I do maintain a healthy distance with those who've shown me their limits. I cherish the friends who show up when it matters, but I no longer feel crushed when others don't. Stoicism has taught me that my inner strength is my best defense against disappointment. Instead of leaning too heavily on others, I've learned to stand tall on my own, appreciating those who walk beside me without expecting them to carry my burdens. This mindset shift didn't happen overnight, and it hasn't been easy. There are still moments when I feel the sting of unmet expectations, but when those feelings arise, I remind myself of Epictetus's words. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. These words give me the strength to navigate relationships with a calm heart and a steady mind. By recognizing that not everyone is meant to stay during life's storms, I've made room for more meaningful connections. The relationships I value most now are the ones built on mutual respect, trust, and presence, especially when it counts. 2. They never reach out first. For the longest time, I was the kind of person who believed in making the effort to keep relationships alive. If someone mattered to me, I didn't hesitate to call, send a message, or plan a meetup. But over time, I noticed a pattern. I was always the one initiating. Whether it was a simple, "How are you doing?" or planning a coffee date, the effort was always coming from my side. It made me wonder, if I stopped reaching out, would they even notice my absence? One day, I decided to test it. I stopped calling, texting, or arranging plans with a particular friend I thought was close to me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. To my surprise, and if I'm honest, my disappointment, I didn't hear from them. Not a single message or call. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, was I that insignificant to them? Did our friendship mean so little? But then I realized this wasn't about my worth. It was about their priorities. This is where Stoic wisdom came to my rescue. Epictetus teaches us that we shouldn't expect others to act in ways that align with our desires. Instead, we should focus on our own actions and what we can control. I had been clinging to the expectation that my effort would be reciprocated, but that expectation was setting me up for disappointment. It was a harsh truth to face, but it was also liberating. By stepping back, I learned to observe relationships more objectively. If someone genuinely cares, they'll make the effort. It may not always look the same as my effort, but the intention will be there. And if it's not, that's a sign that the relationship may not be as balanced as I thought. This doesn't mean I cut ties or hold grudges. Stoicism encourages us to approach life with equanimity, recognizing that people act according to their own nature. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I began to shift my energy toward people who valued my presence without needing constant reminders. One particular instance stands out. A friend I had stopped reaching out to eventually did notice my absence, but it took over a year. When they finally called, their words were polite, but lacked the warmth of someone who genuinely missed me. That call confirmed what I had suspected. I was more of a convenience than a priority in their life. It was a bittersweet moment, but it reinforced the importance of focusing on relationships with mutual effort and care. These days, I make a conscious effort to invest in people who show up without needing a nudge. I've found that by lowering my expectations and observing how others act without my prompting, I can identify the connections that truly matter. And when I feel the pang of disappointment creeping in, I remind myself of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This strength has helped me find peace in letting go of unbalanced relationships and cherishing the ones that thrive on mutual respect. 3. They only focus on themselves. Have you ever been in a conversation where you felt invisible? Where no matter how much you tried to share about your life, the discussion always circled back to the other person? I've experienced this more times than I'd like to admit. There was a friend of mine who seemed incapable of talking about anything other than their own life. Their stories were endless, about their job, their vacations, their problems. And every time I tried to interject, to share something about myself, it was like my words were lost in the noise. At first, I told myself they were just going through a rough time and needed someone to listen. But the pattern continued. Even when I brought up something meaningful to me, a struggle, a success, or even just a funny anecdote, they'd barely acknowledge it before redirecting the focus back to themselves. It felt draining, like I was merely an audience to their one-person show. This left me questioning the friendship. Was this person truly my friend, or was I just someone they used for validation and attention? Stoic wisdom provided me with clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to live in harmony with nature, ours and others. People who dominate conversations and dismiss others' needs are often acting out of their own insecurities. Recognizing this, I stopped taking their behavior personally. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I used this realization to reevaluate the relationship. Epictetus teaches us that we should not expect others to be what we want them to be. We can only decide how we respond to their actions. I chose to set boundaries and stop overextending myself in this friendship. I started to shift my energy toward people who valued mutual sharing, where both of us felt heard and supported. Over time, I found a balance. I still interact with this friend, but I no longer expect deep, meaningful reciprocity. I save my vulnerable moments and important conversations for people who truly listen and care. The most transformative part of this process was the self-awareness I gained. I began to ask myself, am I showing up for others in the way I wish they'd show up for me? That introspection allowed me to improve not only my relationships, but also the way I connect with others. The truth is, we can't control how others behave, but we can control who we allow into our inner circle. By applying Stoic principles, I've learned to embrace relationships where listening and sharing are mutual acts of care. For those who can't meet me halfway, I've learned to let go with grace. As Seneca says, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This simple advice has helped me focus on nurturing connections that leave me feeling fulfilled and seen, rather than drained and disregarded. 4. They forget what you share. I'll never forget the time I excitedly shared a big milestone with a friend. I had just enrolled in a course I'd been dreaming about for years, and over coffee I poured my heart out, talking about my goals and what this meant for me. My friend smiled and nodded as I spoke, and I walked away from that conversation feeling like they genuinely cared. But the next time we met, it was as if that conversation had never happened. They didn't ask about the course, didn't follow up on my progress, and when I brought it up, I got a blank look. It hit me hard. How could something so important to me be so forgettable to someone I considered close? At first, I felt undervalued. I thought, if they truly cared about me, they'd remember. But Stoic philosophy helped me see this situation differently. Epictetus teaches us not to place our happiness in the actions of others. Their forgetfulness wasn't a reflection of my worth. It was a reflection of where I stood in their life. This realization shifted my perspective from one of hurt to one of clarity. I began to notice a pattern. The people who truly cared didn't just listen, they remembered. They'd bring up things I'd mentioned weeks ago, even small details, like a trip I was planning or a book I wanted to read. Their attentiveness showed me that I mattered to them, not just in the moment, but in an ongoing way. On the other hand, those who forgot my stories, goals, or struggles often had their own priorities that overshadowed any real interest in me. I don't hold it against them. It's not my place to demand someone's attention. But I've learned to adjust my expectations accordingly. Stoicism teaches us to approach such situations with equanimity, understanding that not everyone will value us in the way we hope. Since then, I've become more intentional about whom I open up to. I save my vulnerable moments for people who listen with their hearts, not just their ears. And for those who don't, I've learned to let go of the need for validation. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of being dismissive or distant in return, I choose to live with integrity, being the kind of listener I wish others would be. Now, when I reflect on that forgotten conversation, I don't feel hurt anymore. It was a valuable lesson, one that helped me prioritize relationships that are truly meaningful. Life is too short to invest deeply in connections that lack depth. By focusing on those who genuinely care, I've built a circle of friends who enrich my life and make me feel seen. And for the others, I treat them with kindness, but keep my expectations low. That balance has brought me a sense of peace and clarity I didn't have before. 5. They always want something from you. I once had a friend who seemed genuinely interested in my life, or so I thought. They would ask about my work, my goals, even my struggles, and for a while I felt valued and understood. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. Their interest wasn't rooted in care or curiosity. It was transactional. Every conversation eventually led to a request, a favor, advice, or help with something they needed. At first, I brushed it off. They probably just need a hand, I told myself. But the requests kept coming, and when I needed support, they were nowhere to be found. Once, when I was facing a tough financial situation, I hesitated, but finally reached out for a small loan. This same friend who had borrowed from me multiple times without hesitation suddenly had excuses. "I'm short on cash," or "let me get back to you." I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. It became clear that our relationship was one-sided. That's when Stoic wisdom gave me clarity. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to understand others' motives without anger or judgment. People often act in ways that serve their own needs, but it's up to us to recognize these patterns and protect our peace. I realized that this friend wasn't necessarily malicious. They simply prioritized what they could gain over genuine connection. Instead of confronting them or harboring resentment, I quietly adjusted my boundaries. I stopped going out of my way to fulfill their requests, redirecting my energy to relationships that felt balanced and reciprocal. This wasn't easy. I cared about this friend and wanted to believe they could change. But as Epictetus reminds us, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Their actions were a reflection of who they were, not a reflection of my worth. Over time, I began to value the freedom that came with setting boundaries. I no longer felt drained or exploited because I stopped overextending myself. And when I did give, it was out of genuine care, not obligation or hope for reciprocation. Stoicism taught me the power of selective giving, to offer help to those who truly appreciate it and return it when they can. This shift in perspective has transformed the way I approach relationships. I no longer feel bitter about the friends who only take. I simply see them for who they are. As Seneca advises, withdraw into yourself As much as you can, associate with those who make you a better person. Instead of cutting ties completely, I keep such individuals at a respectful distance, engaging with them only when it feels right for me. Now, I focus on relationships built on mutual respect and support. When someone genuinely needs help, I offer it freely, knowing it comes from a place of strength, not expectation. And for those who are only in it for themselves, I let them be, preserving my peace and energy for those who truly matter. This approach has brought more balance and fulfillment into my life. 6. They talk behind your back. I'll never forget the sinking feeling I got when I found out a close colleague had been speaking negatively about me behind my back. At first, I dismissed the rumors, thinking they must have misunderstood. But as the subtle comments and awkward interactions piled up, I realized the truth. This was someone I trusted, someone I had confided in during stressful times, yet they had chosen to use my vulnerabilities as fodder for gossip. The betrayal stung. My initial reaction was anger and a strong urge to confront them. How could they do this to me, I thought. But before acting impulsively, I turned to Stoic teachings. Marcus Aurelius writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Their actions were beyond my control, but how I responded was entirely up to me. Instead of confronting them in anger, I chose to distance myself calmly. I reminded myself that their words didn't define me. They reflected their own insecurities and need for validation. Epictetus teaches us that we should only concern ourselves with things within our sphere of control. What they said about me, or how others perceived me because of it, wasn't my responsibility. My focus needed to be on staying true to my values and maintaining my inner peace. To protect myself emotionally, I began limiting the personal information I shared with this person and others like them. I realized that not everyone deserves to hear your struggles or your triumphs. Stoicism emphasizes prudence, being careful about whom we allow into our inner circle. The most profound lesson came from Marcus Aurelius. When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made them do it. Once you understand their motives, you'll feel compassion rather than anger. While I didn't excuse their behavior, I recognized it likely stemmed from their own fears, jealousy, or desire to fit in. This understanding softened my resentment and allowed me to move forward without bitterness. Now, when I hear gossip or sense betrayal, I respond differently. Instead of letting it consume me, I see it as noise, irrelevant to my sense of self-worth. Stoicism has taught me to focus on what truly matters, my own actions, values, and integrity. By refusing to let others' negativity dictate my emotions, I've found a sense of strength and resilience that gossip can't touch. In the end, I realized that betrayal can also be a gift. It reveals who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. It taught me to cultivate relationships with those who uplift and respect me, while letting go of those who don't. Now, I walk through life with a clearer understanding of who I can trust and an unwavering commitment to my peace of mind. Stoicism has helped me see that no matter what someone says about me, their words don't change my character. Only my reaction to them has that power. 7. They act differently with different people. There was a time when I deeply admired a friend for their charisma. They could effortlessly adapt to any social situation, blending in with different groups of people. At first, I thought it was a sign of their social intelligence. But the more I observed, the more I noticed inconsistencies in their behavior. With me, They were warm and supportive, but in the presence of more influential or successful people, they became someone else entirely, more attentive, more engaged, and far less genuine toward me. It felt unsettling. I started to wonder, is this person truly my friend, or am I just convenient for them in certain settings? The final straw came during a group dinner when I needed their support in a discussion, but they sided with others to gain favor, leaving me feeling betrayed. It was then I realized their behavior wasn't about building relationships, it was about self-interest. In moments like these, Stoic wisdom provides clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. Instead of dwelling on their actions, I turned inward and reflected on my own values. Did I want to surround myself with people who shifted their loyalty and integrity based on who was watching? Or did I want to cultivate relationships with those who were steady, authentic, and consistent? I began to understand that people who act differently with different groups often lack a strong internal compass. They are driven by external validation, seeking to impress others rather than living in harmony with their true nature. While I couldn't change this person, I could decide how much space they occupied in my life. Epictetus teaches us to observe without judgment and act without attachment. I didn't cut ties with this friend entirely, but I adjusted my expectations. I stopped looking to them for support or loyalty, and instead kept our interactions light and surface level. This allowed me to maintain peace without feeling hurt by their actions. At the same time, I started paying closer attention to the people who treated me consistently, regardless of who was around. These were the friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could offer or who I could connect them to. I made a conscious effort to invest more time and energy into these relationships, which brought me a sense of fulfillment and security. Now, when I encounter people who shift their behavior to suit their audience, I don't take it personally. I see it as a reflection of their insecurities, not my worth. As Seneca advises, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing to focus on genuine relationships and keeping my distance from those who lack authenticity, I found a sense of calm and clarity in my social interactions. Their inconsistency no longer affects me, because I've built my inner circle on trust, respect, and unwavering sincerity. 8. They use flattery instead of genuine praise. I used to have a colleague who would always compliment me, sometimes excessively. "You're so amazing at this," or "I don't know how you do it. You're incredible," they'd say at every opportunity. At first it felt nice. Who doesn't enjoy a little recognition? But over time, something felt off. The compliments were always broad and over the top, lacking any real depth. It became clear they weren't appreciating my efforts. They were using flattery as a tool to get on my good side. The turning point came when they asked me for a favor, a big one. They needed me to advocate for them on a project they weren't qualified for. When I hesitated, their demeanor shifted. The flattery disappeared, replaced by subtle frustration. That's when I realized their kind words weren't genuine. They were transactional. Stoic wisdom helped me process this experience. Epictetus advises us to consider things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Their excessive praise wasn't a reflection of my talents, but of their own motives. Once I saw it for what it was, I could stop feeling conflicted about their behavior and focus on protecting my boundaries. Flattery, unlike genuine praise, often seeks to manipulate. Real compliments are thoughtful and specific. They come without strings attached. Once I understood this, I became more attuned to the difference. I started to notice how people who genuinely valued me would compliment my work or character with sincerity, while those who didn't were vague and opportunistic. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I chose to see flattery as a lesson. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I began to apply this principle in my own interactions, offering honest praise only when I truly meant it. This helped me build stronger, more authentic relationships. I also learned to set boundaries with flatterers. I didn't cut them off entirely, but I became cautious about their motives. I stopped feeling obligated to fulfill their requests just because they had showered me with compliments. Instead, I focused on maintaining integrity and making decisions based on my values, not external validation. These days, I value sincerity over empty words. I've learned to appreciate the rare people who take the time to notice the little things, specific efforts, thoughtful actions, or moments of kindness. Their praise is genuine and heartfelt, and it builds trust instead of eroding it. By approaching relationships with clarity and caution, I've cultivated a circle of people who uplift me with honesty rather than manipulate me with flattery, and for those who use words as tools for their own gain. I let them talk, but I keep my peace, knowing their words are only as meaningful as the actions that follow. 9. They avoid responsibility for their actions. I once had a friend who seemed perfect on the surface, charming, fun, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood. But when things went wrong, the cracks started to show. Whenever they made a mistake or caused an issue, they had a knack for shifting the blame. Whether it was blaming circumstances, other people, or even me, they'd always find a way to avoid taking responsibility. One instance stands out vividly. We had planned a group project together, and their portion of the work wasn't completed on time. When I gently brought it up, hoping to find a solution, they deflected. "Well, if you had reminded me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." I was stunned. Instead of acknowledging their role, they turned the problem back on me. It left me feeling frustrated and undervalued. At first, I internalized their behavior. Maybe I should have reminded them, I thought. But after reflecting, I realized the issue wasn't my oversight. It was their unwillingness to own up to their actions. That's when Stoic philosophy provided the clarity I needed. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." This helped me see that I could hold myself accountable for my actions without letting others' lack of responsibility weigh on me. I stopped trying to make excuses for them and instead focused on what I could control, how I chose to respond. I began setting boundaries and made it clear that I couldn't shoulder the blame for things outside my influence. Over time, I also learned to recognize the signs of someone unwilling to take responsibility, patterns of deflection, excuses, and an inability to admit fault. Epictetus reminds us that we cannot control others' behavior, only our response to it. Armed with this understanding, I no longer felt the need to argue or defend myself when this friend shifted blame. Instead, I calmly pointed out the facts and let them sit with their own accountability, or lack thereof. Their reactions no longer triggered anger or frustration in me because I had shifted my focus to maintaining my peace. This experience taught me the importance of surrounding myself with people who value growth and accountability. Mistakes are human, but how we handle them reveals our character. I now gravitate toward those who admit when they're wrong and work to make things right, as they inspire me to do the same. For those who avoid responsibility, I've learned not to expect change unless they're willing to reflect and grow. Instead, I limit their influence in my life. Seneca wisely reminds us, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By holding myself to high standards while tolerating others' limitations without resentment, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my relationships. In the end, I've embraced the Stoic principle of focusing on what I can control, my actions, my values, and my peace of mind. That shift has freed me from the emotional burden of others' irresponsibility and allowed me to invest in relationships where accountability is mutual. 10. They're unwilling to celebrate your success. I'll never forget the time I shared a personal victory with someone I considered a close friend. I'd worked tirelessly on a project, pouring my energy and focus into it, and when it finally paid off, I couldn't wait to share the news. But instead of excitement or congratulations, I was met with indifference. They quickly changed the subject, as if my success didn't matter, or worse, as if it bothered them. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having a bad day, I thought. But the pattern repeated itself. Anytime I achieved something meaningful, their responses were lukewarm at best, or dismissive at worst. I started to notice that they were quick to talk about their own accomplishments, but unwilling to acknowledge mine. It hurt more than I expected. I began to question, why can't they be happy for me? That's when I turned to Stoicism for guidance. Seneca reminds us that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Their reaction didn't diminish my success. It only revealed something about them. Perhaps they felt inadequate or envious, but their behavior wasn't about me. It was a reflection of their own insecurities. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I chose to adjust my perspective. Epictetus teaches us to focus only on what we can control, and in this case, I couldn't control how they felt about my achievements. What I could control was how I responded. I stopped seeking validation from people who couldn't genuinely celebrate my joy, and instead turned to those who uplifted me. Over time, I started to prioritize relationships where mutual encouragement was the norm. True friends share in your joy, just as they stand by you in your struggles. Their happiness for your success is a reflection of their love and respect for you. And when I found those kinds of connections, they felt like a breath of fresh air, genuine, supportive, and fulfilling. I also began to examine my own reactions to others' achievements. Am I truly happy for their success? Do I offer heartfelt congratulations without comparing their progress to mine? This self-reflection helped me grow into someone who can give joy freely, knowing it's not a competition. Marcus Aurelius advises us to rejoice in the present. Celebrating someone else's success doesn't take away from our own. It enriches our shared experience. By embodying this wisdom, I've found greater peace and fulfillment in my relationships. Now, when I encounter someone who struggles to celebrate my wins, I don't let it bring me down. I understand their reaction isn't about me, and I no longer need their validation to feel proud of what I've accomplished. Instead, I focus on maintaining gratitude for the people who truly support me, cultivating a circle of friends and loved ones who inspire me to keep striving and growing. In the end, their presence is worth far more than the fleeting approval of those who can't see past their own insecurities. Spotting these 10 signs of insincerity isn't just about protecting yourself from fake people. It's about fostering healthier, more meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and authenticity. By recognizing these behaviors and applying the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, you can navigate life with strength, clarity, and peace of mind. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video packed with insights to empower your life. Most importantly, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs stood out to you the most? Have you encountered any of these in your relationships? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one of them and can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you for watching, and remember, by staying true to yourself and your values, you'll attract the right people into your life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and keep growing.
How to become stoic with an iron mind. Imagine a life where nothing phases you. In a world swirling with chaos, anger, and jealousy, picture yourself standing as an unshakable pillar of calm and strength. You're at peace while others rage. You remain composed as others crumble. You possess a mind so resilient, it's as if it's forged from iron. This is not a distant fantasy, but a real possibility within your reach. The modern world bombards us with stress and negativity, from the endless barrage of bad news to the constant pressures of daily life. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. People around you might be trapped in cycles of frustration and sadness, their days ruined by minor inconveniences. Yet, there are those rare individuals who navigate these storms with unwavering tranquility. They possess a secret, a timeless wisdom that empowers them to remain serene in the face of adversity. They are Stoics, the masters of an iron mind. In this video, you will embark on a transformative journey to cultivate the same indomitable mental fortitude. Drawing from ancient Stoic philosophy, you will learn practical steps to develop a mindset that remains steady and unyielding, no matter what life throws at you. Each principle we explore will bring you closer to becoming the person who doesn't just survive chaos, but thrives in it. Are you ready to unlock the secrets of Stoicism and forge your own iron mind? Let's dive in and discover how to turn life's challenges into your greatest strengths, starting with the fundamental principle of accepting what you cannot control. Number 1. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is learning to accept what you cannot control. In life, countless events and circumstances are beyond our influence. Dwelling on these uncontrollable aspects only drains our energy and fosters frustration. Instead, a Stoic focuses on what they can change, their actions and responses. Imagine a flight cancellation due to bad weather. You can't alter the weather or the airline's decision. Getting angry won't make the plane take off. Instead, a Stoic accepts the situation and uses their energy constructively. Perhaps you could use the extra time to catch up on reading, work, or even meditate. By accepting what you cannot control, you preserve your energy for productive pursuits. This principle extends to all areas of life, whether it's a traffic jam, an unexpected expense, or someone else's behavior. Recognizing that these are beyond your control allows you to maintain inner peace. You become unshakable as your tranquility no longer hinges on external events. Moreover, acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's about discerning where your efforts are best applied. When you focus on your actions and attitudes, you empower yourself. You become the master of your fate, shaping your life through deliberate choices rather than being tossed around by external forces. In essence, accepting what you cannot control is about shifting your perspective. It's recognizing that while you can't change the world, you can change how you interact with it. This mindset not only brings peace, but also enables you to navigate life more effectively. You become a beacon of calm in a stormy world, inspiring others with your composure and resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, you lay the foundation for an iron mind that remains steadfast regardless of life's challenges. Number 2, practice. The essence of Stoicism is not merely in understanding its principles, but in practicing them daily. No video or book can replace the value of consistent application. The journey to becoming Stoic with an iron mind requires regular, intentional practice. It's about integrating Stoic wisdom into every facet of your life, making it a part of your daily routine. Imagine an athlete training for a marathon. They can't just read about running techniques and expect to succeed. They need to run every day, building their endurance, strength, and mental toughness. Similarly, Stoicism is a discipline that demands continuous effort. Each day presents opportunities to practice Stoic principles, from small annoyances to significant challenges. Start by setting aside time each day for reflection. Consider the events of the day and your responses to them. Did you maintain composure in the face of frustration? Did you focus on what you could control and let go of what you couldn't? Reflecting on these questions helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces your commitment to Stoicism. Additionally, incorporate Stoic exercises into your routine. Practice gratitude by acknowledging the good in your life. Engage in negative visualization to prepare yourself for potential difficulties. Meditate to cultivate mindfulness and presence. These practices build your Stoic muscle, making it easier to remain calm and rational during life's storms. Remember, transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small efforts, repeated day in and day out. By committing to practice, you gradually reshape your mindset and behavior. You become more resilient, more composed, and more in control of your actions. Practice is the bridge between knowledge and mastery, and it's through this consistent effort that you develop the iron mind of a true Stoic. Number 3, build resilience. Resilience is the hallmark of a Stoic mind. It's the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to stand firm in the face of adversity. Building resilience is crucial for developing an iron mind, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with strength and grace. Resilience starts with a mindset shift. Understand that setbacks are a natural part of life, not a reflection of your worth or abilities. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Each difficulty you encounter is a chance to strengthen your resilience and refine your character. One way to build resilience is to face your fears. Avoiding challenges may provide temporary comfort, but it undermines your long-term growth. Confronting fears head-on, however daunting, fortifies your mental and emotional muscles. Over time, you become less intimidated by difficulties, viewing them as manageable and conquerable. Another key to resilience is maintaining perspective. In moments of crisis, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But remember, most problems are temporary. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can maintain your composure and navigate through tough times. Reflect on past challenges you've overcome and remind yourself of your capacity to endure and triumph. Self-care also plays a vital role in building resilience. Ensure you're taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Exercise regularly, eat healthily, get adequate sleep, and seek support when needed. A strong, healthy body and mind are better equipped to handle stress and recover from setbacks. Ultimately, resilience is about persistence. It's about getting up each time you fall, learning from your experiences, and continuing to move forward. By building resilience, you become like an oak tree in a storm, bending but never breaking. This steadfastness is a core element of the Stoic iron mind, enabling you to face life's inevitable challenges with unwavering strength and determination. Number 4. Seek wisdom. Wisdom is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's the guiding light that informs your decisions and actions, helping you navigate life with clarity and purpose. To develop an iron mind, you must continually seek wisdom, cultivating a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. Wisdom begins with self-awareness. Reflect on your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Understand your strengths and weaknesses, your values and goals. Self-awareness allows you to act with intention and integrity, aligning your actions with your true self. Reading and learning are essential components of seeking wisdom. Delve into the works of ancient and modern philosophers, thinkers, and leaders. Study their insights and apply their lessons to your life. The writings of Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless wisdom on living a virtuous and fulfilling life. By engaging with these texts, you expand your perspective and deepen your understanding of Stoic principles. Cultivate curiosity and remain open to new ideas and experiences. Wisdom is not static. It evolves with learning and growth. Engage in meaningful conversations, ask questions, and listen actively. Seek diverse viewpoints and challenge your assumptions. This openness enriches your understanding and fosters intellectual humility. Experience is another invaluable teacher. Embrace life's lessons, both positive and negative. Reflect on your experiences and extract wisdom from them. What did you learn from a particular success or failure? How can you apply these lessons moving forward? By learning from your experiences, you transform them into valuable insights that guide your future actions. In seeking wisdom, remember that it's not just about acquiring knowledge, but about applying it. Wisdom is practical and actionable. It's about making wise choices that lead to a good and meaningful life. By continually seeking wisdom, you equip yourself with the tools to navigate life's complexities with grace and confidence, embodying the Stoic iron mind. Number 5, use bad feelings for good. Emotions like anger, sadness, and heartbreak are often seen as negative, but a Stoic recognizes their potential for good. These feelings can be powerful motivators, driving you to achieve your goals and improve your life. By harnessing these emotions constructively, you transform them from obstacles into allies. Consider anger, for example. While uncontrolled anger can lead to destructive behavior, channeled anger can fuel determination and resilience. When you face injustice or frustration, let that anger propel you into action. Use it to push yourself harder in your endeavors, to advocate for change, and to stand up for yourself and others. Sadness, too, has its place. It can deepen your empathy and understanding of the human condition. When you experience loss or disappointment, allow yourself to feel the sadness, but also use it as a reminder of what truly matters to you. This reflection can lead to greater appreciation for the good in your life and motivate you to pursue meaningful goals. Heartbreak, perhaps the most challenging of emotions, can also be transformative. It teaches you about vulnerability, love, and the impermanence of life. Use heartbreak as a catalyst for personal growth. Let it inspire you to strengthen your relationships, pursue your passions, and live more fully. The key is to control your emotions rather than being controlled by them. This requires discipline and self-awareness. When you feel a strong emotion, pause and reflect. Ask yourself how you can use this feeling to your advantage. Redirect your emotional energy towards positive actions and goals. By using bad feelings for good, you not only manage your emotions, but also leverage them to enhance your life. This approach is a testament to the Stoic principle of transforming challenges into opportunities. It enables you to maintain your composure and purpose even in the face of adversity, embodying the strength and resilience of an iron mind. Number 6, take responsibility. A fundamental tenet of Stoicism is taking responsibility for your life and actions. While you may not be responsible for everything that happens to you, you are responsible for how you respond and for finding solutions. This mindset empowers you to take control of your destiny, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. Taking responsibility means owning your actions and their consequences. It requires honesty and self-reflection. When faced with a problem, avoid the temptation to blame others or external circumstances. Instead, ask yourself what you can do to address the situation. This proactive approach fosters resilience and self-efficacy. Consider the example of a car breaking down on the highway. If you stand there waving for help, you might wait a long time. But if you start pushing your car, others are more likely to stop and assist you. By taking the first step to help yourself, you inspire others to support you. This principle applies to all areas of life. When you take responsibility, you attract opportunities and assistance. Responsibility also involves making informed and ethical decisions. It means considering the impact of your actions on yourself and others. Strive to act with integrity even when it's challenging. This builds trust and respect, both crucial for personal and professional relationships. Moreover, taking responsibility enhances your personal growth. It forces you to confront your weaknesses and areas for improvement. By acknowledging and addressing these, you become a stronger and more capable individual. Responsibility is not about perfection, but about continuous improvement and learning from your experiences. In essence, taking responsibility is about embracing your role as the author of your life. It's about recognizing your power to shape your reality through your actions and choices. This Stoic principle is a cornerstone of the Iron Mind, fostering a sense of agency and resilience that enables you to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Number 7, live in the present. Living in the present is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It means focusing on the here and now rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. By anchoring yourself in the present, you harness the power to shape your life through your actions and decisions. The past is unchangeable. It holds lessons and memories, but it shouldn't dictate your present actions. Learn from your past, but don't let it shackle you. Similarly, the future is uncertain. While planning is important, excessive worry about what might happen only saps your energy and distracts you from what you can do now. Living in the present means being fully engaged in each moment. It's about mindfulness and presence. When you're present, you respond more effectively to life's challenges. You can appreciate the beauty of each moment, find joy in small pleasures, and act with intention and clarity. Consider your daily habits. Your present actions shape your future. If you want to be fit and healthy, your efforts must start now. Exercise regularly, eat well, and take care of your body. These daily practices build the foundation for a healthy future. Your habits, cultivated in the present, define who you become. Mindfulness practices such as meditation can help you stay anchored in the present. Spend a few minutes each day in quiet reflection, focusing on your breath and the sensations in your body. This simple exercise calms your mind and brings you back to the now. It enhances your ability to respond rather than react, fostering a sense of inner peace and control. Living in the present also involves letting go of regrets and anxieties. Accept that the past is gone and the future is yet to come. Your power lies in the present moment. By embracing this Stoic principle, You cultivate a sense of tranquility and purpose, enabling you to navigate life with the strength and clarity of an iron mind. Number 8, embrace discomfort. Growth and comfort rarely coexist. Embracing discomfort is essential for developing resilience and an iron mind. It involves stepping out of your comfort zone, facing challenges head-on, and using adversity as a tool for personal development. Discomfort is often seen as something to avoid, but for a Stoic, it's an opportunity for growth. Whether it's physical, emotional, or mental discomfort, confronting it builds strength and character. When you willingly face difficult situations, you expand your capabilities and increase your tolerance for future challenges. Consider physical discomfort, such as exercise. Pushing your body through challenging workouts strengthens your muscles and endurance. Similarly, mental discomfort, like tackling a complex problem, enhances your cognitive abilities. Emotional discomfort, such as dealing with rejection or failure, teaches resilience and emotional regulation. Embracing discomfort also means accepting that failure is a part of the journey. Every setback is a learning experience. When you fail, reflect on what went wrong and how you can improve. This mindset shift transforms failure from a source of shame into a stepping stone for success. By viewing discomfort and failure as opportunities, you develop a growth mindset, essential for a Stoic iron mind. Moreover, seek out challenges that push your limits. Whether it's learning a new skill, taking on a demanding project, or stepping into a leadership role, these experiences force you to grow. They require you to adapt, persevere, and find solutions, all of which build your resilience and confidence. In daily life, practice small acts of discomfort. Take cold showers, wake up early, or engage in difficult conversations. These practices build your tolerance for discomfort and train your mind to remain calm and composed in challenging situations. Ultimately, embracing discomfort is about viewing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about pushing your boundaries and evolving through adversity. By adopting this Stoic principle, you fortify your mind and spirit, preparing yourself to face life's inevitable trials with strength and grace. Number 9, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering a positive mindset and enhancing your resilience. In Stoicism, cultivating gratitude means focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. This shift in perspective brings contentment and peace, essential components of an iron mind. Begin by acknowledging the small blessings in your daily life. These can be simple things like a warm bed, a good meal, or a kind word from a friend. By recognizing and appreciating these moments, you train your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life. This practice reduces feelings of envy, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Gratitude also involves appreciating the people in your life. Express thanks to those who support and inspire you. This not only strengthens your relationships, but also fosters a sense of community and belonging. When you feel connected and supported, you're better equipped to handle life's challenges. Moreover, gratitude helps you maintain perspective during difficult times. When faced with adversity, reflect on what you still have and what you can be thankful for. This doesn't mean ignoring your problems, but rather balancing them with a recognition of the good in your life. This balanced perspective reduces stress and enhances your emotional resilience. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine through practices like journaling. Spend a few minutes each day writing down things you're grateful for. This habit reinforces a positive outlook and trains your brain to seek out the good in every situation. Over time, this practice can significantly improve your overall well-being and mental health. Gratitude also aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. While you can't control all external events, you can control your attitude and perspective. By choosing to focus on gratitude, you take control of your emotional state and enhance your resilience. Ultimately, cultivating gratitude transforms your outlook on life. It helps you find joy in the present moment and builds a foundation of positivity and resilience. This Stoic principle fortifies your mind, enabling you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and equanimity. Number 10, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the current moment. For a Stoic, mindfulness is a crucial tool for maintaining inner peace and composure. By cultivating mindfulness, you enhance your ability to respond to life's challenges with clarity and calmness. Mindfulness begins with awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. Notice how your body feels, the rhythm of your breath, and the flow of your thoughts. This awareness anchors you in the present moment, reducing stress and anxiety about the past or future. Incorporate mindfulness into your daily activities. When you're eating, savor each bite. When you're walking, feel the ground beneath your feet. When you're listening, give your full attention to the speaker. These practices ground you in the present and enhance your appreciation of each moment. Meditation is a powerful way to cultivate mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day sitting quietly, focusing on your breath. If your mind wanders, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This practice trains your mind to stay present and builds your capacity for sustained attention and calmness. Mindfulness also enhances your emotional regulation. By observing your emotions without judgment, you create space between stimulus and response. This allows you to choose your reactions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. For example, when you feel anger rising, mindfulness helps you pause, recognize the emotion, and respond in a calm and constructive manner. Moreover, mindfulness fosters a sense of inner peace and contentment. By fully engaging with the present moment, you reduce the mental clutter and distractions that often cause stress. This clarity and focus enable you to tackle challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, mindfulness is about living fully and deeply in the present moment. It's a practice that enhances your awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. By cultivating mindfulness, you embody the Stoic iron mind, navigating life's complexities with grace and wisdom. You've now been equipped with the timeless wisdom and practical steps to cultivate an iron mind, just like the Stoics of old. Imagine facing life's storms with unshakable calm, turning challenges into opportunities, and navigating the world with a deep sense of inner peace and resilience. This is the power of Stoicism, and it's within your grasp. As you embark on this journey, remember that transformation requires consistent practice. Reflect on these principles daily, integrate them into your life, and watch as you become the master of your own fate, resilient and composed in any situation. If you found this video valuable, imagine what more you can achieve with continued learning and support. Join our community on the Wiser channel, where we delve deeper into the art of living wisely. Like this video, if it resonated with you, share it with those who need a dose of Stoic wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe to Wiser. Together, we can build a life of strength, clarity, and unyielding peace. Thank you for watching, and welcome to a wiser way of living. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, during a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life.
In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself, regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. The power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. Whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson: True confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am, and that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good or paying attention to obvious qualities, but I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth, and that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself, so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy. It's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say. It's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time, I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny, and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together, and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending, or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively, rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him. It was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The Tell Me More technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the Tell Me More technique in so many different settings: debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The Tell Me More approach isn't just a conversation tool, it's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limits subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life. Here are 10 powerful ways to pull yourself out of depression and start feeling alive again, backed by real examples and practical advice you can use right now. Depression can feel like a heavy fog, making it hard to see a way forward. But what if I told you that a few small changes, like taking just 5 minutes a day to focus on your breathing or stepping outside for a simple walk, could start lifting that fog? These aren't abstract ideas, they're actionable, proven strategies that have helped thousands. Here's the twist. Not all solutions are obvious. Did you know that helping someone else could help you heal faster? Or that limiting social media can do wonders for your mental clarity? These insights might challenge what you think you know about recovery. This isn't just about feeling better. It's about taking back control, one step at a time. Whether it's establishing a simple daily routine, connecting with people who care, or practicing gratitude in small ways, these strategies work together to rebuild your emotional foundation. Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you'll have practical tools and real hope to tackle depression head-on. Let's dive in. 1. Practice mindfulness daily. Mindfulness is one of the most powerful tools to combat depression, and its beauty lies in its simplicity. Depression often pulls us into the past, dwelling on regrets, mistakes, or lost opportunities, or thrusts us into the future, worrying about uncertainties. Mindfulness allows us to pause and fully experience the present moment, breaking this cycle of negativity. Take my friend Sarah, for example. She used to feel overwhelmed by her daily stress and constant thoughts about her past. Every evening, she'd find herself replaying conversations or worrying about things he couldn't control. One day, her therapist suggested mindfulness meditation. Initially skeptical, Sarah started small. She set a timer for 5 minutes and focused only on her breathing. Whenever her mind wandered, she gently brought it back. After a few weeks, Sarah noticed subtle changes. When she heard birds chirping outside, she paused to enjoy the sound instead of rushing through her morning. She started eating slower, savoring each bite of her meals rather than scrolling through her phone. Mindfulness isn't limited to meditation. It's about being present in any activity. For instance, while washing dishes, you can focus on the sensation of water on your hands or the sound of clinking plates. Similarly, during a walk, notice the colors of leaves, the texture of the ground, or the rhythm of your steps. Studies support Sarah's experience. Harvard research shows that mindfulness can significantly reduce symptoms of depression by rewiring the brain's neural pathways. You don't need to be perfect at it. The key is consistency. Even if you start with a single mindful breath, you're building a foundation to reclaim your mental peace. As Sarah often says now, mindfulness saved my mind, one moment at a time. 2. Prioritize physical activity. Physical activity is often referred to as a natural antidepressant, and for good reason. Exercise releases endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that act as natural mood elevators. But beyond the science, real-life examples show how transformative movement can be for mental health. Take Jason, a 35-year-old graphic designer. When he was diagnosed with depression, his therapist suggested regular exercise. Jason hated gyms, so he started small, just walking around his block for 10 minutes each morning. At first, he didn't notice much change. But after a week, he realized his mornings felt a little less heavy, and he was more energized for work. Encouraged, Jason gradually increased his walks to 30 minutes. Over time, he even started jogging and later joined a local running group. The camaraderie of exercising with others added a social element that further lifted his spirits. Today, Jason credits those morning walks with kickstarting his journey out of depression. Physical activity doesn't have to mean grueling workouts or hitting the gym. It's about finding what works for you. Yoga can be a gentle way to combine movement with mindfulness. Dancing to your favorite songs in your living room can be both fun and therapeutic. Even household chores like gardening or cleaning count as physical activity. Scientific studies show that as little as 20 minutes of exercise 3 times a week can significantly reduce depressive symptoms. If motivation is an issue, consider pairing the activity with something enjoyable. For example, walk in a park while listening to an audiobook or podcast you love. The key is to start small and be consistent. Just like Jason, you might find that those initial steps, literally and figuratively, are the start of a powerful journey toward reclaiming your joy and energy. 3. Connect with trusted people. Depression often convinces us that we're alone, but reaching out to trusted people can be a lifeline. Talking about your struggles, even briefly, can make you feel less isolated and create space for support and understanding. Consider Maria, a single mother who struggled with depression after losing her job. She felt ashamed and withdrew from her friends and family, thinking they wouldn't understand. One evening, overwhelmed by her thoughts, she called her best friend, Anna. Although Maria was hesitant to share everything, she simply said, "I'm not okay." To Maria's surprise, Anna didn't judge or offer unsolicited advice. She listened. That conversation became a turning point. Anna encouraged Maria to meet up weekly, even if just for coffee or a walk. Slowly, Maria began to feel less burdened, knowing someone cared. Sometimes it's not about solving problems, but having someone hold space for your emotions. Reaching out doesn't have to be a grand gesture. A simple message like, "Can we talk? I'm having a tough time," can open doors to meaningful connections. If you don't feel comfortable talking to friends or family, consider joining support groups or connecting with a therapist. For example, John, a software engineer battling depression, found solace in an online community where members shared their struggles anonymously. Knowing he wasn't alone gave him hope and strength. Research confirms the healing power of human connection. According to studies, social support significantly reduces depressive symptoms and increases resilience. Even small interactions, a smile, a kind word, or a shared moment, can make a difference. Remember, you're not a burden. The people who care about you want to help, just as you would for them. Take the first step, like Maria did, and you might find that opening up creates the light you've been seeking in the darkness. 4. Establish a routine. Depression can disrupt daily life, making even the simplest tasks feel overwhelming. Establishing a routine provides structure and stability, giving you a sense of purpose and control when everything feels chaotic. For example, David, a college student, found himself spiraling into depression after failing a semester. His days blurred together. He'd sleep until noon, skip meals, and spend hours scrolling on his phone. His therapist suggested building a simple daily routine to regain a sense of normalcy. David started small. He committed to waking up at 7:30 a.m. each day and making his bed. These small wins gave him a sense of accomplishment. Next, he added specific times for meals, study sessions, and exercise. He even set aside 15 minutes each night to reflect on his day in a journal. Initially, it was hard for David to stick to his routine. Some days, he felt too drained to complete every task, but he reminded himself that progress, not perfection, was the goal. Over time, his routine became second nature, and the predictability helped reduce his feelings of aimlessness. Routines don't have to be rigid. The key is to create a structure that feels achievable. For instance, you might start your day with 3 simple tasks. Make your bed, have a healthy breakfast, and spend 10 minutes doing something calming like reading or stretching. Even if depression makes it hard to stick to your routine every day, showing up for yourself in small ways can create momentum. Research shows that routines can improve mental health by reducing decision fatigue and fostering a sense of achievement. David often says now, "Building a routine gave me back my days and eventually my life." By starting small and being kind to yourself, you too can create a roadmap out of depression. 5. Nourish your body. What you eat directly impacts how you feel. Depression can make it tempting to reach for sugary snacks, processed foods, or skip meals altogether. But nourishing your body with the right foods can uplift your mood and provide the energy you need to combat depressive symptoms. Emma, a marketing executive, learned this firsthand. She used to rely on fast food and caffeine during her long workdays, especially when she felt low. Her meals were quick fixes, burgers, chips, and endless cups of coffee. Over time, she noticed her energy levels crashing and her mood worsening. After consulting a nutritionist, Emma made small, manageable changes to her diet. She started incorporating omega-3 rich foods like salmon and walnuts, which are proven to support brain health. She swapped sugary snacks for fresh fruits like blueberries, known for their antioxidant properties. She also added leafy greens like spinach to her meals, boosting her intake of folate, a nutrient linked to improved mood. Within a few weeks, Emma felt the difference. Her energy was more consistent throughout the day, and her depressive episodes felt less overwhelming. She wasn't perfect. There were still days when she indulged in comfort food. But her overall habits shifted toward balance and nourishment. You don't have to overhaul your diet overnight. Start with simple changes, like drinking more water, adding a handful of nuts as a snack, or having a balanced breakfast. Avoid excessive sugar and processed foods, as they can lead to mood crashes. Research backs this up. A 2019 study found that a Mediterranean-style diet, rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats, can significantly reduce depression. Remember, food is fuel, not just for your body but for your mind. Like Emma, small dietary adjustments can pave the way to a healthier, happier you. 6. Engage in a creative outlet. Creativity can be a powerful escape from the grip of depression, providing a means to express emotions that might be too difficult to articulate. Engaging in a creative activity, whether it's painting, writing, crafting, or music, can help you process feelings and channel your energy into something meaningful. Consider Mark, a middle school teacher who battled depression after losing his father. Overwhelmed by grief and unable to open up to anyone, Mark felt stuck in a cycle of sadness and detachment. One evening, while rummaging through a closet, he found an old sketchbook from his college days. Hesitant but curious, he decided to start drawing again. At first, Mark's sketches were simple and unstructured, just random doodles while he listened to music. But as he kept at it, he found himself creating more elaborate drawings that reflected his emotions. A stormy sky represented his anger. A serene forest captured moments of peace. These drawings became a visual diary, helping him process his grief in a way words couldn't. Creative outlets don't have to be traditional art forms. Emily, for example, found baking therapeutic. The process of measuring ingredients, kneading dough, and watching her creations come to life gave her a sense of control and accomplishment during a particularly challenging time. Science supports this approach. Studies show that creative activities reduce stress and increase dopamine levels, which play a role in mood regulation. You don't have to be an artist or a chef. Creativity is personal and doesn't require perfection. Start with something simple. Write a poem, knit a scarf, or even color in a coloring book. Like Mark, you may find that expressing yourself creatively not only relieves depressive symptoms, but also reignites a sense of purpose and joy. 7. Practice gratitude. Depression often clouds our perspective, making it hard to see the positives in life. Practicing gratitude can help shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, even in small ways. By acknowledging the good things, no matter how minor, you can reframe your outlook and reduce depressive symptoms. Take Lisa, a corporate lawyer who fell into depression after a stressful year at work. Her therapist suggested starting a gratitude journal. Skeptical at first, Lisa decided to give it a try. Each night before bed, she wrote down 3 things she was grateful for. The first few entries were simple. I had a good cup of coffee today, the sunset was beautiful, and I finished my work without overtime. Over time, Lisa found herself noticing more positive moments throughout the day, knowing she'd need to write about them later. This small habit shifted her mindset from focusing on her stress to appreciating life's everyday joys. Gratitude isn't just about journaling. It can be expressed in different ways. For example, John, a college student battling depression, started texting a friend or family member each day to thank them for something specific, like their support or a kind gesture. The responses he received deepened his connections and reminded him that he wasn't alone. Research supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies show that regularly practicing gratitude can increase happiness and reduce symptoms of depression by fostering a sense of appreciation and perspective. If writing or texting feels like too much, start mentally listing 3 things you're grateful for when you wake up or before you sleep. Like Lisa, you may find that even in the darkest times, gratitude is a light that can guide you toward healing. 8. Limit social media use. Social media, while a tool for connection, can often exacerbate feelings of inadequacy and loneliness, especially when you're battling depression. The curated highlight reels of others' lives can make you compare your worst moments to someone else's best, deepening the sense of despair. Emily, a 27-year-old designer, discovered this firsthand. After a breakup, she found herself scrolling endlessly through Instagram, seeing happy couples and picture-perfect vacations. It only made her feel worse. Her therapist suggested a 7-day social media detox to break the habit. Reluctantly, Emily removed social apps from her phone and replaced that time with activities like reading and journaling. By the end of the week, she felt lighter and more present in her daily life. Encouraged, she reinstalled the apps, but set boundaries. No more than 30 minutes a day, and no social media in the first hour after waking or before bed. For others, limiting social media can mean unfollowing accounts that trigger negative feelings, or using features to mute posts without unfriending people. John, a college student, replaced scrolling with a healthier habit, going for short walks or calling a friend when he felt tempted to pick up his phone. Studies confirm the negative effects of excessive social media use on mental health. A University of Pennsylvania study found that reducing social media time to 30 minutes a day significantly lowers depression and loneliness. If a complete detox feels daunting, start small. Designate tech-free hours or try apps that monitor and limit screen time. Like Emily, You might find that stepping away from the virtual world allows you to focus on the real one and on the moments that truly matter. 1. Seek professional help. Depression can feel overwhelming, and sometimes self-help strategies aren't enough. Seeking professional help is a brave and essential step toward healing. Therapists, counselors, and psychiatrists are trained to provide tools and treatments tailored to your needs, offering support that can make a significant difference. Consider Alex, a 42-year-old accountant who struggled with severe depression after losing his job. He initially resisted therapy, believing he should tough it out on his own, but as his symptoms worsened, loss of appetite, insomnia, and constant fatigue, his wife encouraged him to see a therapist. Alex began weekly sessions with a cognitive behavioral therapist who helped him identify and challenge his negative thought patterns. Through therapy, Alex realized that his self-worth wasn't tied to his career, and he developed healthier coping mechanisms. His therapist also suggested he consult a psychiatrist who prescribed medication to help stabilize his mood while he worked through his challenges. Professional help isn't one size fits all. For some, therapy alone may suffice. For others, a combination of therapy and medication might be necessary. There are also different types of therapy, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, interpersonal therapy, IPT, or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, each designed to address specific aspects of depression. If cost is a concern, consider community clinics, sliding scale fees, or teletherapy options, which often cost less. Hotlines and support groups can also be valuable resources when immediate help is needed. Remember, seeking help is not a sign of weakness. It's an act of courage and self-care. Just as you'd visit a doctor for a broken bone, reaching out for mental health support is taking the first step toward recovery. Like Alex, you might find that professional guidance becomes a turning point in reclaiming your life. 10. Volunteer or help others. One of the most surprising ways to alleviate depression is to focus on helping others. Shifting attention outward creates a sense of purpose, builds connections, and often brings unexpected joy. Take Priya, a 29-year-old teacher who fell into depression after a painful breakup. She felt stuck in a cycle of self-pity and loneliness. At the suggestion of a friend, Priya began volunteering at a local animal shelter. Initially, it was just a way to fill her weekends, but as she spent time caring for abandoned animals, she noticed a change in herself. Walking dogs, cleaning kennels, and seeing animals find new homes gave Priya a sense of accomplishment. Her depression didn't disappear overnight, but the act of helping beings who needed her made her feel valuable again. Helping others doesn't always require a formal commitment. Simple acts like cooking a meal for a neighbor, mentoring someone younger, or even being a listening ear to a friend in need can have a profound impact. For instance, Raj, an engineer, started tutoring underprivileged kids in math after feeling disconnected in his life. Seeing the children succeed gave him a sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. Research backs up these experiences. Studies show that acts of kindness and volunteering not only boost the well-being of the recipient, but also enhance the giver's mental health by activating the brain's reward systems. If you're unsure where to start, think about causes that resonate with you. Love animals? Volunteer at a shelter? Enjoy gardening? Join a community project? Even online opportunities like mentoring or supporting a charity can make a difference. As Priya often reflects, when I started helping others, I unknowingly helped myself. It reminded me that even in my darkness, I could be a light for someone else. Depression can feel like an insurmountable challenge, but the truth is, even the smallest steps can lead to big changes. Whether you choose to practice mindfulness, start a gratitude journal, or reconnect with loved ones, these strategies can help you reclaim your life, one day at a time. If you found these 10 powerful ways helpful, don't keep them to yourself. Share this video with someone who might need it. And if you haven't already, hit the like button to let us know this content resonated with you. Don't forget to subscribe for more actionable advice to improve your life and boost your mental well-being. I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What resonated with you the most? Have you tried any of these strategies, or do you have others to share? Drop your comments below and let's start a conversation. Remember, you're not alone in this. You have the strength to overcome, and every step forward matters. See you in the next video.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity." Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. "Second," Hiroshi continued, "comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. You'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams." Kaito nodded slowly. "I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path." "Third is perfectionism," Hiroshi said. "Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement. That hits close to home, Kaito said with a rueful smile. I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way. The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. I've definitely felt that weight, Kaito admitted. If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum. Fifth, Hiroshi continued, is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, you dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance. Kaito sighed. I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy. The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. That's a hard one for me, Kaito confessed. I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Kaito said. but if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence, it's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, these small acts restore balance and energy. I've been burning the candle at both ends, Kaito admitted. I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation. Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits. Hiroshi smiled warmly. The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action. The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, I will not forget your lessons, Master. In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own wheels. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.
Have you ever wondered what truly makes someone socially attractive? Is it their charm, their wit, or perhaps something deeper? In a world where social connections are vital to personal and professional success, mastering the art of social attractiveness can be a game changer. Drawing inspiration from the timeless wisdom of Stoic principles, we uncover 15 habits that can transform your interactions and help you build meaningful, lasting relationships. Stoicism, an ancient Greek philosophy, offers profound insights into human behavior and personal growth. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can enhance your social skills and become someone others naturally gravitate toward. Whether it's incorporating laughter to lighten the mood, maintaining good posture to convey confidence, or showing genuine compassion, these habits can elevate your social presence and make you more engaging and relatable. Join us as we delve into each of these habits, enriched with vivid examples and practical tips, to help you cultivate a magnetic personality that attracts and retains meaningful connections. Let's embark on this journey of personal transformation and discover the power of Stoic-inspired social attractiveness. 1. Incorporate laughter. Laughter is a universal language that bridges gaps and brings people together. It lightens the atmosphere, fosters connection, and allows us to find joy in the present moment. Imagine attending a gathering where the room is filled with serious conversations and tense faces. Then, someone shares a light-hearted joke and the room erupts in laughter. Instantly, the mood shifts from somber to joyful, and people feel more relaxed and open. Using humor in your interactions can make you more approachable and enjoyable to be around. For instance, when meeting someone new, a clever, appropriate joke or a funny anecdote can break the ice and create an immediate bond. Think of a first date scenario where both parties are nervous and unsure. A shared laugh over a humorous story about a past awkward moment can ease the tension and pave the way for more meaningful conversation. However, it's crucial to use humor mindfully. Not everyone has the same sense of humor, and what might be funny to one person could be offensive to another. For example, at a workplace meeting, a well-timed, harmless joke about the quirks of office life can enhance camaraderie. But a joke that touches on sensitive topics can quickly backfire, causing discomfort and possibly damaging relationships. Moreover, laughter can be a powerful tool in stressful situations. Consider a family facing a difficult challenge, such as moving to a new city. Amidst the chaos of packing and goodbyes, sharing funny moments, like the time they tried to assemble furniture without instructions, can provide relief and strengthen their bond. Incorporating laughter into your daily life requires a balance of spontaneity and sensitivity. By using humor to connect with others, you not only enhance your social attractiveness, but also contribute to a more positive and joyful environment. Remember, laughter is a gift that can lighten even the heaviest of days and bring warmth to the coldest of hearts. 2. Maintain good posture. Good posture is a silent communicator of confidence and self-respect. When you stand tall with your shoulders back and head held high, you project an image of assurance and reliability. Picture a speaker at a conference. The one with a straight posture, open stance, and direct eye contact commands attention and respect, whereas a slouched speaker might struggle to keep the audience engaged. Maintaining good posture isn't just about aesthetics, it also influences how you feel. When you hold yourself confidently, you often start to feel more confident. For example, walking into a job interview with an upright posture can positively affect your performance by boosting your self-esteem and reducing anxiety. Conversely, slouching can convey insecurity and disinterest, potentially diminishing the interviewer's perception of your capabilities. Practicing good posture also impacts your physical health. For instance, consistently sitting or standing with poor posture can lead to back and neck pain. By being mindful of your posture, you can prevent such discomfort and improve your overall well-being. Simple daily habits like adjusting your workstation to maintain an ergonomic alignment or practicing yoga to strengthen your core can significantly enhance your posture over time. In social settings, good posture can make you more approachable and engaging. Imagine attending a networking event. A person standing confidently with an open posture is more likely to attract conversation partners than someone hunched over their phone. By maintaining good posture, you send non-verbal cues that you are open to interaction and ready to engage. Incorporating good posture into your daily life is a powerful way to enhance your presence and make a positive impression on others. It reflects your inner confidence and respect for yourself, which in turn earns the respect and admiration of those around you. 3. Foster curiosity. Curiosity is a key ingredient in building meaningful connections. When you show genuine interest in others by asking thoughtful questions and actively listening to their responses, you create a bond that goes beyond superficial interactions. For example, instead of the typical, "How are you?" consider asking, "What's been the highlight of your week?" This question invites the person to share something meaningful and can lead to deeper conversations. Consider a scenario at a dinner party. While others might stick to small talk, you engage with someone by expressing curiosity about their latest project or a recent trip. This not only shows that you value their experiences, but also makes the interaction more memorable. People naturally feel more appreciated and connected when they sense that someone is genuinely interested in their lives. Fostering curiosity also means being an active listener. Instead of thinking about what you will say next, focus on what the other person is saying. For instance, if a friend is talking about a challenging situation at work, listen attentively and ask follow-up questions like, "How did you handle that?" or "What did you learn from the experience?" This approach shows empathy and encourages the person to open up more. Moreover, curiosity can broaden your own perspectives. Engaging with people from different backgrounds and cultures enriches your understanding of the world. Imagine meeting someone from a different country at a conference. By asking about their cultural traditions and daily life, you not only make a new friend, but also gain insights that can challenge and expand your own worldview. Curiosity fosters connections that are both deep and enriching. By showing genuine interest in others, you not only make them feel valued, but also create opportunities for learning and personal growth. This habit of engaging curiously makes you more socially attractive and builds lasting relationships. 4. Show compassion. Compassion is a powerful force in building strong relationships. It involves understanding and sharing the feelings of others, offering genuine support and empathy. For example, when a friend is going through a tough time, simply being there to listen and offer a comforting presence can make a significant difference. Saying, "I'm here for you, and I understand how hard this must be," validates their emotions and strengthens your bond. Consider the impact of compassion in a workplace setting. Imagine a colleague struggling with a heavy workload. Offering to help with a project or even just taking a moment to acknowledge their stress can foster a supportive work environment. This act of kindness not only eases their burden, but also builds a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Compassion extends beyond close relationships to everyday interactions. Think about a time when a stranger was kind to you, such as helping you carry groceries or offering a smile when you were feeling down. These small acts of compassion can have a profound impact, reminding us of our shared humanity and creating a ripple effect of kindness. However, showing compassion also means taking care of yourself. It's essential to set boundaries and ensure you are not depleting your own resources. For instance, if a friend constantly leans on you for support, it's okay to express your own needs and suggest they seek additional help. Compassion is most effective when it comes from a place of balance and self-care. Incorporating compassion into your daily life not only enhances your social attractiveness, but also contributes to a more empathetic and connected world. By understanding and sharing the feelings of others, you build deeper, more meaningful relationships and create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. 5. Cultivate a touch of mystery. Cultivating a touch of mystery involves sharing selectively and allowing your depth to unfold naturally. This approach invites others to engage more deeply, sparking curiosity and interest. Imagine meeting someone who shares their entire life story in the first conversation versus someone who reveals their experiences gradually. The latter often leaves a lasting impression, as there's an element of intrigue that keeps you wanting to know more. For instance, in a new friendship, instead of divulging all your personal details at once, consider sharing your experiences and interests over time. This gradual revelation creates a sense of anticipation and curiosity, making interactions more engaging and dynamic. It also allows for deeper connections to form as trust and familiarity build gradually. In romantic relationships, a touch of mystery can keep the spark alive. Sharing your thoughts and feelings openly is important, but maintaining some aspects of your individuality and experiences to be discovered over time can sustain interest and excitement. For example, planning spontaneous surprises or revealing hidden talents at unexpected moments can add an element of surprise and enchantment. However, cultivating mystery doesn't mean being secretive or deceptive. It's about finding a balance between openness and intrigue, being genuine and authentic in your interactions while leaving room for discovery makes you more captivating. Think of it as reading a book where each chapter reveals a bit more about the characters, keeping you engaged and eager to learn what happens next. This principle can also apply to professional settings. In a job interview, highlighting your skills and experiences without laying out your entire career history can pique the interviewer's interest. Sharing relevant achievements while hinting at your potential can create a compelling narrative that leaves them wanting to know more. By cultivating a touch of mystery, you enhance your social interactions with an element of intrigue. This approach not only makes you more attractive and engaging, but also fosters deeper and more meaningful connections. 6. Exercise patience. Patience is a virtue that greatly enhances social interactions. It involves allowing conversations to flow naturally without rushing or interrupting, showing respect and consideration for others. Imagine being in a group discussion where one person dominates the conversation, cutting others off mid-sentence. This behavior can stifle communication and create frustration. Conversely, a patient listener who waits their turn and gives others space to express their thoughts fosters a more inclusive and respectful dialogue. Consider the scenario of a family dinner. A child excitedly shares their day at school, and a patient parent listens attentively without interrupting. This patience not only encourages the child to express themselves freely, but also strengthens the parent-child bond. In contrast, impatience can lead to misunderstandings and feelings of neglect. Patience also plays a crucial role in resolving conflicts. When disagreements arise, taking the time to listen to the other person's perspective before responding can prevent escalation. For instance, in a workplace dispute, patiently hearing out a colleague's concerns and responding thoughtfully can lead to a more constructive resolution. This approach shows that you value their input and are committed to finding a mutually beneficial solution. Moreover, practicing patience in daily interactions can enhance your own well-being. It reduces stress and fosters a sense of calm and control. For example, waiting in a long line can be frustrating, but using that time to practice mindfulness or engage in a pleasant conversation with a fellow queue member can transform the experience into a positive one. Patience is a powerful tool that can improve your relationships and social interactions. By allowing conversations to unfold naturally and showing respect for others' thoughts and feelings, you create an environment of trust and mutual respect. This habit not only makes you more socially attractive, but also contributes to your own inner peace and resilience. 7. Use mindful body language. Mindful body language is an essential component of effective communication. It ensures that your gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact reflect your genuine feelings and intentions. Imagine attending a presentation where the speaker maintains eye contact, uses open gestures, and smiles genuinely. This body language creates a connection with the audience and conveys confidence and enthusiasm. In contrast, consider a meeting where a participant crosses their arms, avoids eye contact, and has a closed-off posture. This body language can signal disinterest or defensiveness, creating a barrier to effective communication. Being mindful of your body language helps you convey the right message and fosters positive interactions. For instance, in a job interview, maintaining eye contact, nodding in agreement, and using open hand gestures can show that you are engaged and confident. Similarly, during a conversation with a friend, leaning in slightly and mirroring their expressions can create a sense of empathy and understanding. These non-verbal cues enhance the connection and make the interaction more meaningful. Mindful body language also involves being aware of the signals you send unconsciously. For example, fidgeting or checking your phone during a conversation can indicate boredom or distraction, even if you are genuinely interested. By being present and attentive, you show respect and appreciation for the other person, strengthening your relationship. Incorporating mindful body language into your daily interactions can significantly improve your social attractiveness. It helps you connect more deeply with others, convey your true intentions, and create a positive impression. By aligning your non-verbal cues with your verbal communication, you enhance your ability to build trust and rapport. 8. Be fully present. Being fully present in your interactions shows others that they are valued and important. In a world full of distractions, giving someone your undivided attention is a rare and precious gift. Imagine having a conversation with someone who is constantly checking their phone or looking around the room. This behavior can make you feel ignored and unimportant. In contrast, someone who listens intently, makes eye contact, and responds thoughtfully creates a sense of connection and respect. Consider a scenario where you are catching up with an old friend. By putting away your phone, maintaining eye contact, and actively engaging in the conversation, you show that you genuinely care about their thoughts and experiences. This level of presence can deepen your bond and create lasting memories. Being fully present also means being mindful of your own thoughts and feelings during interactions. For instance, if you find your mind wandering during a meeting, gently bring your focus back to the speaker. This mindfulness not only improves your understanding and retention of the information, but also demonstrates your commitment to the discussion. In personal relationships, being fully present can strengthen your connections and enhance your empathy. Imagine a partner sharing their worries with you. By listening attentively and responding with empathy, you validate their feelings and provide emotional support. This presence fosters trust and intimacy, making your relationship more resilient. Practicing presence requires conscious effort, especially in today's fast-paced world. Setting aside dedicated time for meaningful interactions, practicing mindfulness, and minimizing distractions can help you cultivate this habit. Being fully present enriches your social interactions, making you more attractive and trustworthy to others. 9. Develop cultural wisdom. Developing cultural wisdom involves understanding and appreciating different cultures to broaden your perspectives and connect with others. In today's globalized world, cultural awareness is essential for building meaningful relationships and fostering inclusivity. Imagine working on an international team where each member brings unique cultural insights. By appreciating and respecting these differences, you can collaborate more effectively and create a harmonious work environment. Consider the impact of cultural wisdom in social settings. When attending a cultural event, showing genuine interest in the traditions and practices can make you more engaging and respectful. For example, asking about the significance of a cultural festival or trying traditional foods with an open mind demonstrates your appreciation for diversity. Cultural wisdom also enhances your ability to connect with people from different backgrounds. Imagine traveling to a foreign country. Understanding and respecting local customs, such as greeting practices or dress codes, can help you navigate social interactions smoothly and build positive relationships. This awareness shows that you value and respect the local culture, making you a more attractive and considerate visitor. Moreover, developing cultural wisdom enriches your own life. It broadens your horizons and challenges your perspectives, fostering personal growth and empathy. For instance, learning about different religious practices or social norms can deepen your understanding of the world and reduce prejudices. Incorporating cultural wisdom into your daily life involves continuous learning and open-mindedness. Reading about different cultures, engaging in cultural exchanges, and reflecting on your own biases can help you develop this valuable trait. By embracing cultural wisdom, you enhance your social interactions and contribute to a more inclusive and empathetic world. 10. Embrace authenticity. Embracing authenticity means being true to yourself, standing firm in your beliefs, and finding comfort in your own skin. Authenticity attracts genuine connections and fosters trust and respect. Imagine meeting someone who is unapologetically themselves, sharing their passions and vulnerabilities openly. This authenticity creates a sense of sincerity and makes interactions more meaningful. Consider the impact of authenticity in friendships. When you are authentic, you attract like-minded individuals who appreciate you for who you are. For example, sharing your true interests and opinions can lead to deeper and more fulfilling relationships. Conversely, trying to fit in by pretending to be someone you're not can create superficial connections and feelings of emptiness. Authenticity also means accepting your flaws and imperfections. Imagine a leader who acknowledges their mistakes and shows vulnerability. This behavior not only earns the respect of their team, but also creates a culture of openness and trust. By being authentic, you inspire others to do the same, fostering a supportive and genuine environment. In personal growth, embracing authenticity involves self-reflection and acceptance. It requires understanding your values, strengths, and weaknesses, and living in alignment with them. For instance, pursuing a career that aligns with your passions and values, even if it's unconventional, can lead to greater satisfaction and fulfillment. Being authentic in your interactions can significantly enhance your social attractiveness. It creates a sense of trust and reliability, making others feel comfortable and valued. By embracing your true self and living authentically, you build deeper connections and lead a more fulfilling life. 11. Practice mesmerizing manners. Practicing mesmerizing manners involves engaging with others through genuine empathy, kindness, and respect. Good manners create a welcoming and positive environment, making interactions pleasant and memorable. Imagine dining at a restaurant where the staff is courteous, attentive, and respectful. This experience leaves a lasting positive impression and makes you more likely to return. Consider the impact of manners in everyday interactions. Simple acts of kindness, such as holding the door open, saying please and thank you, or offering a smile, can brighten someone's day and create a sense of warmth and connection. For example, complimenting a colleague on their hard work or helping a neighbor carry groceries shows that you care and value their presence. Mesmerizing manners also involve being mindful of others' needs and feelings. In a conversation, listening attentively, not interrupting, and showing appreciation for the other person's perspective demonstrate respect and empathy. For instance, in a heated discussion, responding calmly and respectfully rather than reacting impulsively can diffuse tension and foster mutual understanding. In social gatherings, practicing good manners can enhance your attractiveness and leave a positive impression. Imagine attending a party where you are considerate of the host's efforts, engage politely with guests, and express gratitude for the invitation. This behavior not only makes you a delightful guest, but also builds your reputation as a respectful and kind individual. Incorporating mesmerizing manners into your daily life can significantly improve your social interactions. It creates an atmosphere of positivity and respect, making you more approachable and likable. By engaging with empathy and kindness, you foster deeper connections and contribute to a more considerate and harmonious community. 12. Choose a signature scent. Choosing a signature scent involves selecting a fragrance that aligns with your personality and values, leaving a lasting impression. A signature scent can become a subtle yet powerful part of your personal brand. Imagine meeting someone who has a distinctive, pleasant fragrance that you associate with them every time you encounter it. This scent creates a sensory memory, making your interactions more memorable and unique. Consider the impact of a signature scent in professional settings. Wearing a subtle, elegant fragrance that complements your professional demeanor can enhance your presence and leave a positive impression on colleagues and clients. For example, a fresh, clean scent can convey a sense of professionalism and confidence, making you more approachable and memorable in meetings. In personal relationships, a signature scent can add an element of intimacy and familiarity. Imagine a partner who always wears a specific perfume or cologne. Over time, this scent becomes associated with them, evoking fond memories and feelings whenever you encounter it. Choosing a scent that reflects your personality and preferences can enhance your connection with others. Selecting a signature scent involves finding a fragrance that resonates with you and reflects your identity. It could be inspired by your favorite places, memories, or even your personal values. For instance, a nature lover might choose a fragrance with earthy, woody notes, while someone who values elegance and sophistication might opt for a classic, floral scent. Incorporating a signature scent into your daily routine can enhance your social attractiveness and leave a lasting impression. It adds a unique, personal touch to your presence, making interactions more memorable and enjoyable. By choosing a fragrance that reflects your personality, you create a sensory connection that resonates with others and enhances your overall appeal. 13. Live by virtues. Living by virtues involves following Stoic principles like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues not only enhance your character, but also attract others who admire and aspire to these values. Imagine someone who consistently demonstrates integrity, fairness, and self-control. This person naturally earns respect and admiration, making them more attractive and influential. Consider the impact of living by virtues in your daily interactions. Demonstrating wisdom by making thoughtful decisions and offering sound advice can make you a trusted confidant. For example, a friend who seeks your guidance in difficult situations values your wisdom and respects your judgment. Similarly, showing courage by standing up for what is right, even in challenging circumstances, inspires others and fosters a sense of admiration. Justice, another key Stoic virtue, involves treating others fairly and with respect. Imagine a leader who ensures everyone on their team is treated equitably and acknowledges their contributions. This behavior not only builds a positive and inclusive environment, but also earns the loyalty and respect of the team members. Temperance, the practice of self-control and moderation, is crucial in maintaining balance in life. For instance, managing your emotions during stressful situations and responding calmly rather than reacting impulsively demonstrates emotional intelligence and resilience. This composure not only helps you navigate challenges more effectively, but also sets a positive example for others. Living by virtues creates a foundation of trust and respect in your relationships. It attracts like-minded individuals who value and aspire to similar principles, fostering deeper and more meaningful connections. By embodying Stoic virtues, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more ethical and compassionate world. 14. Demonstrate humility. Demonstrating humility involves acknowledging your limitations and showing appreciation for the contributions of others. Humility fosters mutual respect and creates an environment where everyone feels valued. Imagine working with someone who is humble about their achievements and quick to recognize the efforts of their teammates. This behavior builds a culture of collaboration and respect, making interactions more positive and productive. Consider the impact of humility in leadership. A humble leader who admits their mistakes and seeks feedback from their team earns greater respect and loyalty. For example, a manager who credits their team for a project's success, rather than taking all the glory, fosters a sense of shared achievement and trust. This humility encourages open communication and continuous improvement within the team. In personal relationships, humility strengthens bonds and promotes understanding. Imagine a friend who always acknowledges their own faults and appreciates your support. This humility not only makes them more relatable, but also deepens your connection by fostering an environment of honesty and mutual respect. Humility also means being open to learning from others. Consider attending a workshop where you openly admit your lack of knowledge on a topic and actively seek insights from the facilitator and fellow participants. This openness not only enhances your learning experience, but also builds a network of supportive and knowledgeable individuals. Incorporating humility into your daily interactions can significantly improve your relationships. It creates a sense of equality and respect, making others feel valued and appreciated. By demonstrating humility, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more respectful and supportive community. 15. Practice self-care. Practicing self-care involves prioritizing your physical, mental, and emotional well-being to build resilience and better support others. Self-care is essential for maintaining a healthy and balanced life, enabling you to show up fully in your relationships and responsibilities. Imagine a friend who regularly engages in activities that rejuvenate and energize them, such as exercising, meditating, or pursuing hobbies. This practice not only enhances their well-being, but also makes them more present and supportive in their interactions. Consider the impact of self-care in professional settings. A colleague who takes regular breaks, manages their stress effectively, and maintains a healthy work-life balance is likely to be more productive and positive. For example, someone who practices self-care by setting boundaries and taking time off to recharge can prevent burnout and maintain their enthusiasm and effectiveness at work. In personal relationships, self-care enables you to be more patient, empathetic, and supportive. Imagine a parent who takes time for self-care activities, such as reading, exercising, or socializing with friends. This practice helps them manage stress and maintain their energy, allowing them to be more present and engaged with their children. Self-care also involves recognizing and addressing your emotional needs. For instance, seeking therapy or counseling when needed, practicing mindfulness, and engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment contribute to your emotional well-being. This practice not only enhances your own quality of life, but also makes you more resilient and capable of supporting others. Incorporating self-care into your daily routine can significantly enhance your social attractiveness and overall well-being. By prioritizing your health and happiness, you build resilience and create a positive impact on your interactions and relationships. Practicing self-care enables you to be your best self and contribute positively to the lives of those around you. In conclusion, these 15 socially attractive habits, inspired by Stoic principles, offer a holistic approach to enhancing your interactions and relationships. By incorporating laughter, maintaining good posture, fostering curiosity, showing compassion, cultivating mystery, exercising patience, using mindful body language, being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, embracing authenticity, practicing mesmerizing manners, choosing a signature scent, living by virtues, demonstrating humility, and practicing self-care, you can build deeper, more meaningful connections and lead a more fulfilling life. Incorporating these 15 socially attractive habits inspired by Stoic principles can profoundly impact your interactions and relationships. By embracing practices such as laughter, good posture, curiosity, compassion, and patience, you not only enhance your social presence but also foster deeper, more meaningful connections with those around you. Stoicism teaches us the value of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, virtues that, when integrated into our daily lives, enrich our character and make us more attractive to others. Whether it's showing humility, practicing mesmerizing manners, or living authentically, these habits help you become a more engaging, empathetic, and resilient individual. Remember, social attractiveness is not about superficial charm, but about genuine connection and mutual respect. By being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, choosing a signature scent, and prioritizing self-care, you create a positive and lasting impression that resonates deeply with others. As you incorporate these habits into your routine, you'll find that your relationships become more fulfilling and your social interactions more rewarding. Embrace these Stoic-inspired principles and watch as they transform not only how others perceive you, but also how you perceive yourself. By living with intention and integrity, you can build a life filled with meaningful connections and personal growth.
Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but Sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions, and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details. But a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads.